Necesito que todo el mundo confirme que está escuchando bien su idioma. Simplemente daros la bienvenida a Málaga. Voy a decir un par de cosas técnicas. Cuando vosotros habléis, por favor, quitaros los auriculares porque vais a tener eco. Y lo siguiente es simplemente cuando vayáis
As
a
you will
hablar.
hear the echo of your own voice. Then, if you want to start speaking, switch on the mic. When you finish, switch off the mic. Don't touch the tablets. Just switch on and off the mic using the microphone, not in the tablet. Now it goes over to Henrik so that he opens the meeting officially. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Malaga. Almost sunny, I guess. It's great to have you here after we've done our national reports and our trainings as well, meeting our participants in our countries. What I'd like to ask of you is when you speak, everyone, please speak slowly so that our interpreters can follow and do their interpretation. Furthermore, I'd like to introduce today's agenda and tomorrow's, being our objective is today that we listen to each other about our national reports and good practices and the way forward for all, where we'll also have the comparative analysis of our documents and creating a policy together. So first, we'll have our presentations from each and every country. I please beg of you to respect the time. If it's 15 minutes, it's 15 minutes, we will stop you. So if you want to add more and you still haven't done your conclusion, I'll be sorry, but your mic will have to be switched off. Please respect the 15 minutes. Then we'll have a coffee break and we'll continue with our presentations of each country, and then which all these will be moderated by my colleague, Dr. Mintoff here. She will stop you most definitely, we'll be keeping the time. And then it will follow with Dr. Vella, who will continue with the comparative analysis of our national reports. And then we'll have a discussion, again moderated by Dr. Mintoff, and then we'll have a nice lunch and anyone can go to the center of Malaga to enjoy the day. Okay, it's soon up to the Semana Santa, so everything is in high spirits here. I suggest to you, you also take the tijores. How are they called, Daniel? Tijores, no? It's a good sweet. There are many local bakeries which will serve it. You can have it in sugar, honey, or with milk. I suggest them to try them. The three of them full of calories, but it's all good. It's Lent. So the second day, then we will come back and we'll do a brief summary of our nights in Malaga, of our previous day. And then we'll continue with the challenges that will face for inclusivity and equality. This will be done by Dr. Monica. We'll continue with a workshop discussing the policies moderated by Dr. Mintoff, coffee break, and presentation of the proposals and best practices by all of us. And then we'll move to the concluding session for ideas to create action, and then we'll have our lunch and we'll conclude our day. Thank you very much. I hope we'll have a fruitful 2 days together, and I wish every one of us the best of luck to create a good result of this conference. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So I'd like to introduce our Italian colleagues from the CGIL, which is a huge trade union of 5.5 million workers. Today we have Sandro Galitto from Sardinia. He was born in Sardinia, and he is currently the head of the New Rights Office and Policies for Family and Children. This is on the national level of CGIL. He graduated as a lawyer from the University of Cagliari and this was in the science of education for adults. And he began his trade union activity as a delegate to the bank. And the following years, he became the general secretary of CGIL Credit and Insurance for the province of Cagliari. In 2020, he opened the New Rights Office in Cagliari and Sardinia. And in 2019, he was appointed the head of the CGIL National Office, where he follows on the national level of Italy the policies for family and children. Welcome, Sandro. 15 minutes, please.
Ok. Buongiorno a tutte, tutti e tutte.
Good morning, everyone. I will speak in Italian. I've been introduced already, so now let me open our presentation by saying a few words about methodology that we applied for an Italian focus group. We started from a joint interview, and our participants could have shared their experiences, like private experiences and professional experiences. And these activities were coordinated by a moderator, and there was also an observer. And the observer was supposed to practically, observe and to see the dynamics of the group. There were 10 participants. And it is the number which was imposed by our project coordinator so that we can have comparable results. And we have guaranteed full anonymity to all participants. And it is my pleasure to say that within our project in Italy, in our focus group, we've had the entire overview of various participants, so it was like a cross-section of different types of discrimination, because discrimination appears in different environments, in different groups. So the point is that it is discrimination which does not result solely from the fact that we have different discrimination features like gender, ethnic background or religious beliefs, but sometimes there are people for whom it is intersectional, because these people have several features which might be the grounds for discrimination, which leads to a different dynamic. It was very useful for us as trade unions to identify some specific features and grounds for discrimination. In the past, we participated in TUAT, a different project, which was the project focused on discrimination. And here you can see the link to the STUART project website. You can read more about that, and you can have access there to materials that we have worked out within that previous project. So this intersectional approach, as we call it, was the basic approach in our study. And it was reflected in the choice of participants of the focus group, because they've represented also this intersectional aspect. So one person had various qualities, and each of these qualities or features might be the grounds for discrimination. So, an elderly person who was a trans person at the same time before transition, they experienced discrimination on the grounds of their gender. Or there were people who were persons with disabilities, physical disability, but at the same time there was a mental disability. Here, In our focus group, there were also trade unionists who specialize in the topic of discrimination in our trade unions, and they study this phenomenon, and they also react to any manifestations of discrimination. So what kind of barriers have we discovered here? First of all, what did we want to achieve? Here, I hope it was taken into account. First of all, I wanted to give the voice to people who suffer from discrimination, because it is quite frequent that solutions, including legal solutions, or legal solutions suggested by trade unions, are coined and created somewhere at the table without taking into account the perspective of the people that we want to apparently protect. So we started from listening to their voices and their opinions, and I believe it is of great importance. It is a very valuable experience. So here I'd like to quote the words which were uttered by participants of our focus group. So the first issue that they've mentioned was, well, barriers like physical, architectural barriers, as it happens for people with disabilities which are physical, but there are also cultural barriers for trans people. There are also barriers which do not take a shape of an obstacle, but it is a stigma, stereotype. So it is like secondary victimization that takes place, because people participating in the focus group said that if they come across a barrier in the workplace and the employer does not consider them to be barriers, then what becomes a problem is the fact that the responsibility is reversed. So the blame is pushed to the shoulders of the person who already has a problem, is discriminated against. So it is a matter of an attitude. And then other things were mentioned, like the usage of a language. The language should be used with respect towards everybody, should be respectful. Importantly, sometimes the language is used in an instrumental way. For example, if people who do not see, we call them, like there are like blind people, visually impaired, but sometimes we put all of them under the one label. So it does not reflect the entire reality. And another problem that was mentioned, people who come across problems like that in their companies are often treated like people who should be thanking on their knees that anyone wanted to employ them, that they were given a job. And it is just an obligation, it is a duty to adjust a workstation, workplace to the needs of people with various needs, and it is nothing to especially boast about. And another thing, another problem that was mentioned, it was the trans person who talked about that, is that there is prejudice which is in place.
Let's say you are a trans woman. Then people assume you're just a prostitute, or you are immoral, or people who have a visual impairment. They are referred to as blind in Italy. So they say, if you're blind, you cannot do this or that, and we don't really have to adjust anything we do to your needs. So there is this approach. And people with no disabilities are treated more favorably, and people with disabilities are simply at a disadvantage. Okay, speaking about trans people, trans individual, then in Italy there is this approach that there are just two genders, and if you are trans, then it means you are abnormal, you are not you do not have the same rights as other citizens. You are the source of a problem. Right now, I have to speed up a little bit because my time is running out and I should be moving to conclusions quickly. Okay, these problems are not rooted in the laws or in the collective agreements. No, nothing like that. These are mostly rooted in our culture. That's what our respondents shared with us. Our respondents said that we need to contribute to a cultural shift. If we don't do that, then no amendment to the laws or to collective agreements will be effective anyway. How much time do I still have? 5 minutes. Oh, 5 minutes is still a lot of time. All right, moving to my conclusions very soon. I was really worried that my time is running out. Okay, let me go back. I wanted to share with you some of the ideas that our respondents shared with us. There was an expression mentioned by people with visual impairment. So, public institutions should create workplaces that are adjusted to the needs of people with disabilities. Also, there must be educational activities to help people overcome the biases and prejudice, even at an early age. So I believe we should definitely invest in education. So there should be education about gender, identity, and about the concept of gender. Right now, topics like that are not included in our curriculum in Italy. And they are not even included in our trade union agenda. Sorry to say that. And also, the trade union members mentioned that they have some capacity to put some pressure on the legislators, and we definitely have to do that. It's necessary that we do that. We need to strengthen the legal framework. We need to reinforce the legal measures that are available to people from disadvantaged groups. Also, the collective agreements must prevent discrimination, combat discrimination. And we also need to use the same approach, intersectional approach. All solutions that are provided must be based on equal rights, equal opportunities. We should definitely be inspired by various DEI solutions, diversity, equality, and inclusiveness. Right now in the US, these DEI principles are being attacked, but I believe they are very good because this is what will help us prevent discrimination and overcome discrimination. Let me move on to my conclusions. What's the added value we have generated in our focus group? First of all, I must say that we gathered a group of people and representatives of circles that are hardly ever given the voice and are hardly ever listened to. Trade unions, of course, have a noble role to play, but at this level, trade unions actually operate on a theoretical level and hardly ever focus on the real-life problems of people from disadvantaged groups. And these people also are not that well familiar with the operations of trade unions, about the political nuances of their work. And they do not know what things can be achievable and what things are still out of reach. So we wanted to listen to people that hardly ever get to be listened to, and we tried to create a situation in which people who are engaged in the process can understand each other and can come closer. Thank you very much. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, Sandro. Very interesting. Now we'll move to Lithuania on the east. Christina will talk. Christina Krupavičienė is the chairperson of the Lithuanian Trade Union Solidarumas and a senior expert in social dialogue, labor rights, and workplace inclusion. With over 40 years of professional experience, she leads national level negotiations with public authorities and employers, while coordinating a wide network of trade union representatives across Lithuania. She is a member of the European Economic and Social Committee also, actively contributing to EU-level discussion on inclusive labor markets and social policies. Her work focuses on strengthening workers' representation, promoting equal opportunities, and supporting vulnerable groups, including migrants and refugees. Thank you very much, Christina.
Thank you very much, dear Chair. Truly, I would like to speak Lithuanian because I have such kind of opportunity. Thank you very much for inviting us to this seminar. Tęsiu lietuviškai. Iš tikrųjų, tema labai mums buvo įdomi ir svarbi. Galbūt aš pradėsiu nuo to.
Okay, this topic is really interesting and vital for all of us. Let me start by describing the groups we work with. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to take part in this project. Our organization appreciates this. We mostly targeted migrant workers, and we wanted to include them in the focus groups. It's another year that we have been trying to resolve the issues that migrants and refugees from Ukraine are struggling with. We also worked with people with disabilities. These people come across a lot of challenges. We also work with elderly people who experience discrimination because of their age. We also work with parents who bring up children. This also is a group that encounters a lot of challenges on a daily basis. In my work, the most important thing is to look at the legal solutions that we have in our country. We have labor laws, of course, and according to those laws, people should be provided with equal rights and equal opportunities, regardless of their origin, sexual orientation, gender, and disabilities. We also have a labor code. According to that code, everyone should enjoy equal rights, and there is a ban on any type of discrimination. There is also legal equality, so equality in the face of law, and everyone is equal regardless of their religion, age, ethnicity, or origin. We also have a law on disability that ensures that people with disabilities can enjoy free access to the labor market. As regards equal rights, it is rooted in our labor code. And there is another important piece of legislation which is very important, and that includes all of those equality principles. So all these principles are in place in our laws. But it was not an easy thing to achieve. There was a lot of effort put into that to ensure this. In our labor code, it says, there is Article 42, and it says that you should have an employment contract in Lithuanian, but if the worker is of a different nationality, the labor contract must also be written in a language that is understandable to them. Because we got a lot of migrants and a lot of refugees in our country, and they were only given their contract in Lithuanian. And what happened? People didn't know what they were signing. They didn't know the language, so they came to us for help. As a trade union, we also campaigned to ensure that migrants and refugees receive a copy of their contract in a language that is understandable to them. And I must say, it's a success of our organization. We achieved that. What was also important for us was that we put a lot of effort into ensuring the labor code stipulates that there are certain obligations that an employer must fulfill before employing someone. For example, they must provide equal terms for everyone. They must provide opportunities for people to be trained and develop professionally. They must provide equal treatment and equal salaries for the same work. So these are the obligations for the employer. And it's stipulated in our laws, but in real life, this does not always happen. This is not always complied with. And there is a lot of covert discrimination. You don't see it at first glance. And you need to look closer and then ensure the employer does not discriminate against people. In Article 28 of our labor code, it says that the employer must protect families of workers and must ensure they have time to fulfill their family obligations. So if someone has a family or children, the working conditions must enable that individual to take care of their family members.
So, in real life, it happens that they seem to say, we are not going to care about your families, about your children. You just need to be at the disposal of the employer whenever the employer pleases. So it happens that people are forced to come to work on Saturday, Sunday, to stick to their job and not to be fired. So that's a big problem that we come across in Lithuania. And it is lack of collective agreements. And we have and we seem to have very high level on the national level of collective agreements, and on the national level it seems to look good. They stipulate that there will be no discrimination, but in the private sector the situation is the opposite, actually. And if it is stipulated in Article 30 that we need to defend certain values, that we need to prevent from harassment. That's what Article 30 stipulates. So actually, in real life, the Committee for Dispute Resolution, in order to solve problems like that, well, has been set up for such a purpose. And this committee has a representative of employees, and they are supposed to defend the employees. How to prevent changing work conditions? Well, it might be a kind of hidden discrimination. So if we work for the same commercial chain, let's say in this place near Málaga, and here we are offered a job in the same commercial chain, but 100 kilometers away, and the employee does not agree to such a change of working conditions, this person may be made redundant, this person may be fired. So there is a problem there. We also work with people who are elderly, and let me just say that in the labor code it is stipulated that the employer can break the contracts if an employee, due to their health condition, cannot perform a given task. And now there is a request for an employee above 60 years of age that they need to monitor their health conditions. Obviously, these people might have more problems with health, and then an employer has the right to fire such an employee within 5 days. And there are problems like that. We need to change this, because elderly people cannot be discriminated against. They cannot be hurt like that. The same happens with people with disabilities, because they are provided with some assistance. There are some subsidies. And recently we have another problem, because Lithuania allocates more than 5% of GDP for defense purposes, and it means that it happens to the detriment of social policies and social programs. So it means that people with disabilities do not receive any subsidies from the state, any financial support, and it is very difficult for them to remain in the labor market. We understand that if a company is not subsidized, they tend to employ people who are healthy, first of all, not necessarily people with disabilities.
That was so interesting also that you brought in the wider economic challenges that we have with the militarization of the economies in which many of us live. So I'm now very pleased to introduce Dr. Mary Grace Vella from Malta. She is a probation social work academic at the University of Malta. She is also a long-term activist who founded the biggest non-governmental organization, Graffiti, and she still works very hard in that field of workers' rights, animal rights, and solidarity with the vulnerable. So I have great pleasure in introducing my colleague, Mary Grace Vella.
Hello, thank you. Hello, buenos días. Good morning. Thank you very much. My first time in Málaga, so I'm very glad to be here. I'll be presenting the focus group report for Malta, but also the legal analysis report. I'll be explaining a bit yesterday. You asked me whether I know Spanish. I told you, do you know Maltese? Which obviously wasn't a fair question because many people don't even know that Malta exists. So I'll be explaining a bit about Malta. So Malta, the Maltese Islands basically are an archipelago made up of Malta, Gozo, and Comino. Malta is the largest island, and basically many of industry and employer sector is based there. It's just 316 square kilometers, but it has quite a large population. So yes, it is one of the smallest but most densely populated countries, not only in Europe, but also worldwide. It also has the highest population growth across Europe, mainly because of migration trades, because we also have the lowest fertility rate. So we have the highest population growth rate, but at the same time, the lowest fertility rate. So yes, this population growth is mainly driven by net migration, and currently around 30% of the population in Malta is non-Maltese. When it comes to the labor market, we have quite a robust economy because it outperforms the EU average. And basically, even when there was a bit of crisis, we had sort of this projected GDP growth. It also has a very low unemployment rate, which is around 3%. And again, it's also conceived as having sort of zero unemployment. So nowadays, the trend is that the main challenge has shifted from creating jobs to actually finding people to fill them up. Many of the main sectors are the market, services. It is the largest employer, and obviously tourism plays a big role in this. We also have quite a huge professional and ICT sector. Again, it doesn't mean that it's all nice and happy, because mainly it's the financial services, IT, and gaming. We also have quite a strong public service sector, and so we have quite robust health, education, and public administration. And also we have a quite functioning manufacturing sector, mainly electronics and pharmaceuticals. However, despite this quite good economic GDP growth, as well as low unemployment, there are a number of labor market challenges. There are a number of structural labor scarcity. So in certain sectors, it's still very difficult to find people to fill up these sectors. We have technical skills gaps where educational attainment is not necessarily reflected in the labor market. There is also a demographic imbalance, basically because of the aging population. We also have very high housing and necessary costs, and so there's still a wage disparity where wages may not be adequate to have a good quality of life. We also have a strong shadow economy. And obviously shadow economy, the black market economy, gives rise to vulnerabilities to exploitation and precarity and abuse, especially among certain sectors of populations. And obviously having a good GDP may also lead to a bad quality of life when it comes, for example, to environmental issues, because we have overconstruction, and even a number of surveys are showing that our quality of life is going down because also of overdevelopment and overconstruction. Let's talk a bit about the focus group report. Basically, in terms of methodology, we adopted a dual-level research which combined desk-based research, also through contact with, for example, the National Statistics Office, with primary research mainly through the use of focus groups. We had 20 participants, representative of various grounds of discrimination, so we tried to adopt a wide range of discriminatory factors like age, sex, disability, race, ethnic origin, religion, and sexual orientation. For some groups, these were represented by advocacy groups, which because it was to prevent basically secondary victimization and discrimination. And obviously, we tried our best to adopt high high ethical standards in terms of anonymity, in terms of confidentiality, and we also, the project was approved by the Ethics Committee of the University of Malta. So in these focus groups, we focus quite a lot on the experiences of disadvantaged groups, particularly their lived experiences when it comes to accessing the labor market, but not only, but also when it comes to promotion and retainment in the labor market. We also looked at their challenges and barriers and their needs and requirements. So the idea was to gather from the horse's mouth also what needs to be improved to make their life better at the workplace. What really came out is that in Malta, we have sort of this dual market in the sense that while we have full employment and very low unemployment, this may really mask underlying challenges. Why? Because despite the fact that even when it comes to legislation, grounds of discrimination are protected, we actually go a bit over and above what is required at EU level because we also identify other grounds of discrimination. However, the experiences of many workers is that there is a lot of discrimination and exploitation within the labor market. Another issue which is really paradoxical is the fact that despite this very high GDP growth, income poverty is a reality. So yes, it's true that we have low unemployment, but for many people, this unemployment is because they are being exploited within the labor market. Obviously, there are a number of high-risk groups, low education, physical or mental health difficulties, low parenthood, and migrants in particular are very prone to discrimination and exploitation within the labor market. When it comes to precarious sectors, these are mainly in the construction industry, in the hospitality areas, but also in cleaning and care work. Again, these are areas which nowadays are rarely taken up by people who are Maltese, natural Maltese, but mainly by people who are migrants. Obviously, we cannot go much in depth within this limited time period. However, a number of good recommendations came out from the focus group reports. One of them is to update legislation because despite the fact that legislative frameworks are in place, it doesn't mean that they are monitored and enforced in an effective way. The idea was also that there may be other grounds of discrimination which are not covered, like when it comes to physical appearance. For example, we heard that, for example, if you have tattoos, you are more likely to be discriminated, for example, in terms of promotion. So it's more on physical appearance rather than on any other grounds. We also are recommending more deterrent penalties, increase in fines for non-compliance, for example, when it comes to anti-discrimination law, because, for example, despite the fact that we have disability quotas, sometimes it's easier for the employer to get a fine rather than actually implement that policy. So we are asking also for more proactive enforcement, that is mainly increase the capacity of labor inspectorates at the place of place. We also ask for more specialized units to have, the mandate for equality bodies to have direct prosecution without even like ex officio, without necessarily having third-party consent. And we are also asking for more rights education, not only for workers, but also for employers and especially those in HR, so that they are more sensitive of the needs, particularly of disadvantaged and vulnerable groups. Other recommendations are those of standardizing rights, because we see that there is a huge disparity between, for example, the rights that are enjoyed by people who are employed within the public sector and the rights that are enjoyed by people in the private sector, for example, sick leave entitlements, which, are very different. We also see the need for more mental health mandates, basically to ensure that any worker enjoys services, high quality service for psychological well-being. more HR sensitization to grounds of discrimination and also cultural sensitivity, and also for information on rights and non-discrimination to be available to all people, also through different languages. We also, when it comes especially for mobility and career progression, it's important that these are merit-based, so based on meritocracy rather than nepotism or favoritism. Recognizing also experiential knowledge and the importance to balance educational attainment with experiential knowledge. And we are also asking for the upskilling alignment to ensure that training and lifelong learning initiatives are more linked to tangible career advancement, and obviously unionization, because when there is unionization, there is greater strength amongst workers. So there is more collective bargaining. In terms of conclusions, yes, basically the findings reveal pervasive challenges. So it's not like it's a pervasive challenge in accessing and progressing within the labor market for certain categories of workers. And issues include prejudice, and this is more both direct and indirect forms of discrimination, poor working conditions, and also lack of policy monitoring. And obviously the impact on the lived realities of people is huge. So one needs to take into account the impact that this has on both the micro and macro level. So on the lived realities of people, but also on the macro level when it comes to, well-being on a community level. So basically what we're asking is that, we need a multifaceted approach to address both personal vulnerabilities and structural disadvantages, because many structural disadvantages are actually leading to personal vulnerabilities on the day-to-day living of people. So in terms of conclusion, a holistic approach is needed. We also need to prioritize human rights, and we need to look at work as a human rights approach, where basically the well-being of people must supersede macroeconomic interests. And yes, a lot of political willpower is necessary. The laws are there, but political power is needed to really combat discrimination and exploitation and precarity at the place of work. So thank you very much. We will have time to go to the legal framework report for Malta, maybe later on today or tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mary Grace, for giving a totality approach, a comprehensive approach, and so many very important recommendations. I would like now to move on to our fourth speaker, who will be the last for this period, and then we'll have a coffee break. And she is from Lithuania. Sorry, Montenegro. Montenegro, a beautiful Mediterranean island as well, island country. She is, let me see, sorry, lost the page. Mariana, let's see, I'm just getting to it here. Solidarność Montenegro, USCG. Yes. She is the national project expert, Mariana Kamovic-Belechkovic, is a journalist and a trade union leader, and currently active within the Union of Free Trade Unions of Montenegro, with over 20 years of experience in the media sector. Her work focuses on labor rights, media freedom, and the working conditions of journalists. She's the founder and former president of the Trade Union of Media of Montenegro, and has held roles at the European level, including serving on the board of the European Federation of Journalists. Her expertise lies in strengthening social dialogue, protecting workers in vulnerable sectors, and promoting fair labor standards. Welcome.
Zahvaljujem i izvinjavam se što nemam formalnu prezentaciju, nisam uspjela.
Hello. Thank you for giving me the time now. I wasn't able to finish my presentation on time, but I will try my best and I will try to report on what we have done in Montenegro. I listened to the presentation from Italy and I've seen huge similarities between our two countries. Montenegro is a candidate country for the European Union. We've been promised that we will be the next state that will join the Union in 2027. So our legal framework has been harmonized with the EU to a large extent. And we prepared two reports. I will not focus on methodology. We apply the same methodology as all of you guys here. We conducted focus group discussions and we used the same methodology. We checked the legal framework that is in place in our country. And we also looked at the rights in other EU states. Montenegro has a right that bans discrimination. And there is also a law protecting people from discrimination. So, in our legal framework, we recognize such things as discrimination, victimization, direct and indirect. So we have identified that in our laws. In our laws, it's stipulated that people should be given equal opportunities for promotion at the workplace. We also have some legal framework about the gender. However, the practice is not keeping up with the laws. So I don't think that the equal opportunities for both sexes is practiced that much yet in our country. We also have a law focusing on people with disabilities. There is also a law on human rights protection, and there is a special institution, and human rights ombudsman, who issues opinions. And in our report, we stated his opinions are not always taken into account. We have other institutions that are focused on human rights, and the ombudsman, the Commissioner for Human Rights, operates, obviously, and he issues his opinions, but there are no penalties in place that could be imposed when human rights are not respected or when discrimination happens. So unfortunately, the breach of law continues because this commissioner is not treated seriously. Why would he be treated seriously if there is no penalty for breaching the law, right? And there is a huge disparity between our legal framework and our practice. And we highlighted that in our report. We're missing and we're lacking mechanisms to protect people from discrimination, especially indirect discrimination. And also, there are no measures in place that encourage people to comply with the law. Our society, I wouldn't call it a civic society. We are not well educated enough in that respect. Also, equality and equal opportunity education is not that well promoted in our country. I would also like to share with you some other information. We have 56.6% of difficulties with employment. That means our employment level is far below the EU level, and that also applies to young workers.
između žena i muškaraca, gdje žene čine 40.
We can see also a huge difference in employment between men and women. 45%, only 45% of women are employed.
Siva zona i nestabilno zapošljenje.
And also, our black market is really well developed, and people working there, they are facing precarity. And vulnerable groups include the Roma, people with disabilities, young workers, young mothers, and people over 50.
Nema segmenta koji nije
So, if you look at the market, then there is not a single sector that is not vulnerable in our country. That was confirmed by our focus group discussions. The respondents shared with us interesting things. People told us about discrimination in groups in which they are present. For example, the Roma community. Below 20% of Roma population, Roma adult population, have some form of employment. So this is a huge underemployment or a huge black market. When it comes to people with disabilities, over 4,000 people were employed in Poland, and over 9,000 people are on a list of people to be employed. And there are also people who are discriminated against based on several different factors. And you can see it especially in women who are transsexual or they have a disability or other reason to be discriminated against. In our focus group discussions, several examples of discrimination were mentioned. For example, young people stated they do not have access to the public sector, and the public sector is the biggest employer in Montenegro. Young people also complained about nepotism in Montenegro, about the boys' club, and also, young people say that they are required to have a lot of experience, even at entry-level positions, which is impossible. In the private sector, people say it's more accessible, but the working conditions are not that great. And in women, the biggest disadvantage for them is being a mother. And also women have their responsibilities at home. Women who are over 45, they work below their qualification level. And people with disabilities, well, employers are prepared to pay a fine or pay a tax rather than employ someone with a disability. Sorry, there's something.
Yeah, sorry for this. Znači, u Crnoj Gori je zakonom regulisano da
In Montenegro, we have laws, and according to those laws, if an employer hires someone with a disability, they get some incentives. For example, a large percentage of the salary is paid by the state. So the state allows the employers to create a working place for a person with disabilities. Still, employers do not find that attractive, and they are more interested in paying the fine than hiring someone with disability. So here we can see a case of very clear discrimination and lack of respect towards the fact that the state is trying to be affirmative and support employment of persons with disabilities. So in Montenegro,
for persons with disabilities, they tend to work most often in NGOs, and people who deal with the rights of persons with disabilities are sometimes the only ones employing persons with disabilities. As for LGBT+, especially trans people, there is a huge structural barrier due to or connected with outing of these people against their will, because we have documents which are mismatched. And as for people from the Roma community, there are very frequently employees who are unwanted, and here there is a very low level of education among the Roma people, which is a huge barrier. There is also a large group of migrants and foreigners. They tend to work most often in tourism. There is high level of exploitation. There is a large black market there, and employers tend to abuse the fact that it is a potentially vulnerable group, vulnerable to discrimination. So in our research, in our studies, we were wondering what can be done to improve this situation. As for the state and institutions, participants of the focus group said that certain processes should be more inclusive and the state should listen more to people who are discriminated against in policies that pertain to them, as for application of the law and legislation. So there should be more safeguarding or protective mechanisms. And what is also of great importance is that these opinions of a human rights ombudsman should be taken more often into account. Social dialogue is necessary in the context of human rights and violating human rights. And another problem is that sometimes there are sectors which runs on the basis of individual projects, and projects end. In focus groups, we are talking about the necessity to change the mentality of the society. In Montenegro, it is happening very slowly. I guess that's all from Montenegro. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer them. Thank you.
Well, thank you very, very much. All of you in the last four speeches, we had a very rich, I think, template of the levels and types of discrimination, the intersectionality, and some of the things that we can focus on to increase solidarity and improve the situation. No movement, especially the workers' movement, is only as strong as its weakest chains. And we've been focusing today on these major structural weaknesses and sections of the population that are having a really increasingly difficult time to have a decent living. We've got actually 5 minutes left because you've all been so great at keeping to the time. So I was wondering if you'd like to have a free discussion before we go into our next session for our last 3 contributions. One thing that I just came to mind was to think more maybe on a different level as what are the vectors of dominance that we face? How is the capitalist class looking to divide us and exploit and marginalize so many more sectors and to deepen their domination? It might be interesting to just flip it over a bit at one point in our search for a solution. But please let me open the floor to any comments, questions on our 4 insights into Italy, Lithuania, Malta, and Montenegro. Yes, Esmeralda.
Buongiorno, sono Esmeralda Rizzi della CGIL. Volevo chiedere alla collega lituana di spiegare meglio il fatto che non hanno contratti collettivi nel settore. Sì, ho capito. Posso, Posso provare? Ok.
All
Quindi
right,
volevo...
so I can try again. Great, thank you. I've had a question to our colleague from Lithuania. It was a question about collective agreements in the private sector, because it seemed to me that they appear mostly in the public sector. Is it true?
Can I make my comments in English because we have a short time? Yeah. Okay, we have a collective agreements in private sector, but only at the company level. Yeah, and that's public sector. They have a branch agreement. Like here, from example, Alma, she is a chair of social workers, and here it's a national agreement for social workers, national agreements for teachers and scientists, etc., and national agreement for medical. Here it's Genovaite, that she is chair of police. That we have as well. That's agreement. But unfortunately, private companies. It's a different, and here it's as well very difficult to recognize who is another side of our negotiation. Yeah, because constructors companies, here it's truck drivers. We now, from example, try to negotiate agreement for truck drivers because we have 80% drivers migrants, and here it's a lot of problems for that. But I can understand. Yeah, I have a joke. Now I don't want to hurt nobody, but it's a very popular in Lithuania that a young couple stay together without marriage. Yeah, because if you got angry, you packing your luggage and you go out, and everything is fine. Yeah, no responsibility. And our employers take the same message. It's any responsibility. You just employ people, you use, you change, you kick out one, you take another migrants. It's a very good to work in market where it's no rules. You Italian, you know what mean no rules, yeah? That's
Thank you very much. A very interesting question. Any other questions to the speakers? Comments? Well, we're all ready for coffee then.
yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Professor.
No, I'm just doctor.
You doctor.
Yes.
Oh. Anyway, doctor, it's a bit lower than professor. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry for the delay. It was a technical delay. For this session, we'll be hearing from Poland, and then Serbia, and then Spain. And the Polish delegation will divide into two, with first of all, Anna speaking about the legal framework, and then Kate about the focus group results. So I'd like to introduce first Anna Gostiak, is the Director of Training and Structural Funds Department of the All Poland Alliance of Trade Unions, OPZZ, one of the largest trade union organizations in Poland. She's responsible for overseeing and managing national and European level projects implemented by OPZZ, with a particular focus on initiatives co-financed by the European Social Fund. She brings over 20 years of professional experience in project management with extensive expertise in the design, implementation, and supervision of complex publicly funded programs. Her work focuses on strengthening institutional capacity, supporting social dialogue, and promoting skills development and workforce inclusion. Her competencies are confirmed by internationally recognized certifications, and she also has postgraduate studies in audit and management control in the public finance sector, which reinforces her expertise in governance, compliance, and project oversight. And following Anna's 8 minutes will be Kate Pietrzak, and she is an expert at the All Poland Alliance of Trade Unions also. She brings together many employees in 7 sectors of the economy as a lawyer with over a decade of experience. Her work includes minimum wages, equal pay, as well as public finance policy and state tax policy. She's also responsible for public procurement law. She represents OPCC in cooperation with ministries, employers' organizations, members of parliament, senators, and non-governmental organizations, and in the European Trade Union Confederation, primarily in the areas of the European semester against poverty, employee remuneration, wages and salaries, and public procurement. So welcome to the Polish delegation.
But I prepared presentation in English to be more understandable for all of you. So bardzo dziękuję za możliwość.
But I will speak in Polish. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present the Polish report that we drafted as part of the project FairForward. This report, let me highlight that it was developed by an external expert, Mr. Konrad Lipigórski, who is legal counsel specializing in human rights. He works with organizations that support migrants and refugees on a daily basis. And I have enormous pleasure to present the main findings from this report drafted by this colleague. So this report is very important for this project FairForward. We did not only want to analyze the existing legal framework, we wanted to understand how the laws translate into the reality at workplace and integration in Europe. We wanted to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of legal systems. We wanted to find the loopholes, and we wanted also to come up with some practical recommendations for advocacy measures and for next steps. In Poland, the most important thing is that at the formal level, the system to protect people from discrimination is well developed. It's based on a few pillars. One of them is the Polish constitution, and it bans discrimination, and it's based on the principle of equality. We also have the labor code and with detailed regulations on discrimination in employment, and also we have the Equal Treatment Act, and it affords protection to people beyond the workplace. There is also another important element, and there is the reversal of the burden of proof. And this strengthens the employees most of all. In some areas, I must admit that Polish regulations afford better protection than the EU standards. Poland implemented the EU standards, and in certain areas it went beyond them. According to Polish law, Polish people are protected from discrimination, but not only people, but also legal entities and entities with legal personality, and that goes beyond the directives. So EU directives identify a number of features based on which you can be discriminated, like age or sex. In Poland, we have this expression, discrimination based on any factor, and that affords better protection than the EU standards. Okay, there is the Equality Act, and it applies to areas that are not covered by the labor code. So at first sight, this system may seem sufficient, but according to our report, this is not sufficient. So the regulations are good, but they're not so effective in real life, and there is a huge gap in terms of compliance. We carried out some analyses, and we were drafting the report. Sorry, I would like to display the slide in full. So we noticed that even though we have regulations in place, people still face discrimination, and there is not enough protection. For example, the regulations are dispersed, and they do not afford the same level of protection to all the groups. And also, the sanctions are not harsh enough. Right now, they do not work as a deterrent. They are too lenient on the offenders. And also, there are some barriers relating to awareness. People simply are largely unaware of the rights that they have. So the level of education as regards rights is low. And also, the public institutions are not effective enough. They do not have enough tools to be able to put the offenders in place. So the system is in place, but it's not always effective. So we put forward the following recommendations. First of all, we need to consolidate the existing provisions so that they are stronger, and we must introduce stricter penalties, and the authorities should have wider powers to be able to enforce some regulations. There should also be more focus on educational activities so that people are aware of their rights. So, in summary, Poland has a good legal framework to combat discrimination. However, they are not that well implemented on a daily basis in real life. So we need to take next steps to ensure the laws are more effective. Institutions have wider powers to enforce implementation. And now over to my colleague Katarzyna, who will tell you more about the focus group discussions that we conducted in Poland. Thank you, Ania. The legal report that was drafted by our expert was actually confirmed by things that were shared with us during the focus group discussions. So Mr. Gliński drafted a report from the focus group discussions, and he was responsible for conducting those discussions. I personally attended one of those discussions, and there were 3 in total. 2 of them were conducted with migrants. 1 was conducted in a foreign language, and 1 was conducted in Polish. We wanted to get to a wide group of migrants, and we didn't want them to face a language barrier. The 3rd focus group discussion was conducted with LGBTQ+ community. We provided anonymity and they were able to share their experiences freely and openly, and they told us about their experiences from Poland. Let me stress in the beginning that our migrant respondents, our migrants come to the workplace in Poland and they experience the same problems as the Polish workers face on the labor market. So the employee's position in the workplace is poor, even though there is a shortage of employees. The employment laws are not complied with, and Anya mentioned that there is poor compliance, and it's not easy to assert your rights when you are a worker. And it's the same experience that our migrant workers are sharing with us. Plus, on top of that, they do not know the regulations, they do not know the language, and they do not believe they will ever be successful in enforcing their rights in Poland.
The Polish labor market is segmented, which means that a large portion of employees works not on the basis of the contract of law, but on civil legal agreements. And this level of uncertainty is also experienced by our migrants. Additionally, their main problem is an issue of work permits for the Polish market, because the waiting time for such a permit is very long. So, as a result, again, the situation is uncertain and they find it difficult to be employed. It discourages employers to offer work, to offer jobs to foreigners, and they do not believe that an employee will stay in the labor market for longer. That's the main barrier. Procedures are lengthy, time-consuming, and complicated for foreigners. We need to say that our main group are Ukrainians, and their status, depending on when they arrived in Poland, is different, which also makes it difficult to go through the entire procedure. I need to say that our migrants feel that there are systemic solutions which place them in a worse situation, worse conditions in the labor market. But from what we know, from our practice in operations of the office, it is not a problem. Well, it is not like done on purpose. It is not the management of the labor policy as such, but there are shortages of employees in institutions and the laws are complicated. So it is not a system-wide attempt to exclude foreigners from the labor market. Migrants very often are employed which is not in line with their qualifications. There are difficulties with acknowledging and recognizing their qualifications, so they feel worse. They feel they are located in a worse position in the labor market. There are problems with recognition of their qualifications, which result from the fact that the issue of migration and migrants in Poland is for us something new. For Poland, it is something new. For 10 years, we've experienced that. I mean, a massive increase of the number of migrants in the Polish labor market. That is why our legal procedures and actions of various authorities and institutions are not well adjusted to absorb migrants into the Polish labor market. But also the labor market, employers are not experienced enough in this matter to treat migrants in the labor market appropriately. As for remuneration, I need to emphasize that the growth of salaries and wages is adequate to how salaries of Polish employees go up, but the average of salaries is much lower shortages of personnel in individual sectors lead to the situation that migrants work in low-paying sectors mostly, like catering services, like hotel services, hospitality, construction or transportation. It has been changing, obviously, throughout years, because in time, we can see that migrants are doing better and better in the labor market, and they move up to the sectors in which these salaries are different. But the salary gap between genders is another problem for migrants, but it is also a problem for Polish employees, but obviously for migrants it is more acute, more severe. Then let me move on to problems of LGBT plus groups. We can see practical problems connected with enforcing their rights in the workplace, fear of being outed, and fear of coming out as well, and there is practical discrimination against these groups. We have outdated regulations connected with leaves, like parental leaves, or benefits and allowances connected with the fact that you have a child. And they are not adequate to new forms of relations in our society, because our society is relatively traditional. So amendments and changes to the legal regulations pertaining to allowances and benefits, well, simply it is not at the level of changes yet, taking into account new forms of interhuman relations or dealing with upbringing of children by same-sex parents, for instance. So let me sum it up. What is recommended here to our trade unions is strengthening of representation and more advocacy or advocacy-related actions for the groups, like discriminated against groups or migrants, using the social dialogue and acting and supporting the changes in the law, amendments in the law, so that the law becomes simpler and allows for solving legal issues like the legal status faster and easier. Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you very much from Poland. Very good duet there. I would like to introduce online now our speaker from Serbia, from the union Nezavisnost. His name is Novika Jovanovi. He's an expert in trade union work. He's a lawyer and he's a workers' rights specialist. Welcome from Serbia, and also our comrades here.
Dobar dan, poštovanje. Poštovanje, dobar dan, da li se čujemo?
Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me? Yes, all right, then. I am so glad to see some of familiar faces. Some of you I've met during the previous meeting in Malta. Others I see for the first time. So best greetings to everyone. I hope our work is very fruitful. During the 15 minutes I was allocated according to the agenda, I will try to sum up the subject matter of our today's conference. Recently, our state has undertaken important steps towards establishing legal framework guaranteeing equal rights in the labor place. Especially numerous legal regulations set up the foundations to defend the rights of the favorized and vulnerable groups. So we took an important step to adjust our laws to the EU acquis communautaire or to the EU directive on equal treatments in the labor law and the EU directive on racial equality. But we can ask a question whether legal regulations provide the right protection in practice. Are they in the right degree in line with EU standards? So protection against discrimination in the workplace in Serbia is based on several important laws that in total set up the foundation for preventing and combating discrimination. As the main law, we have an anti-discriminatory law, which may be considered the most important legal act in this sphere. So, I'm saying that because thanks to this law, we can identify especially vulnerable groups and make it possible to introduce protective measures on their behalf. And the Labour Code in Article 18 confirms the ban on discrimination of employees and people seeking for jobs. Equally important is the law to prevent mobbing in the workplace, where the main emphasis is placed on harassment and mobbing in the labor market. Later on in the report, we are going to analyze especially vulnerable groups and the method of protecting them in light of the current law. The focus groups in our study were migrants and refugees, LGBTQIA plus people with mental disability or mental problems, neurodivergent, neurodiverse, and people with disabilities, substance abuse problem representatives, ex-offenders, and elderly citizens. In recent years, the Republic of Serbia made a lot of effort in order to adjust its laws to guidelines of the European Union as the candidate country. Harmonization of regulations covers all the fields, including protection against discrimination in the labor market and in the workplace. Directives are key legal documents of the European Union, and their guidelines were included into the national laws. Directive 2078 EC is about Employment Equality Directive, and it imposes a ban on discrimination on grounds of religion, beliefs, disability, age, and sexual orientation. And then the Directive 2043 EC is about racial equality and ethnic equality and aims at preventing discrimination in all the aspects of social life, including labor relations and employment relations. In the national law, Article 18 of the labor law includes all the areas provided for in EU directives, whereas Article 2 on the ban of discrimination broadens the catalogue of premises, adding previous criminal records, health, and genetic features. So in our national catalogue, we exceed the minimum set up by the EU. And another adjustment is adjustment of various institutions. It is very important to us. So we have broadened catalogue for premises like criminal record, health condition, and genetic features. Another step was to adjust institutions in our country. Article 13 of the law provides for a possibility to set up an independent body to protect against discrimination against discriminated groups. And in Serbia, we have an ombudsman for equality as an independent state body. And the ombudsman plays a very important role in enforcement of legal regulations, and the ombudsman organizes studies and provides practical help to victims of discrimination. So we are trying to have this uniform kind of support for people who fell prey, who are victims to different kinds of discrimination, and the ombudsman also organizes studies, research, and once a year they need to submit a report to the Serbian parliament. The report on the condition of protection and anti-discriminatory actions. Another step in terms of adjustment of legal regulations. Well, Article 9 of Directive 2078 EC, this directive obliges states to provide legal and administrative mechanisms which should be in place, taking into account legal disputes in court. our national law took another step, a step further than that, because we wanted to integrate our national legislation, but also marginalized groups need or have here this double approach in Serbia, because a person who believes that they were a victim of discrimination has the right to have a representative and take the matter to the representative, and then the representative has an obligation to check whether this accusation is justified, whether this complaint is justified. They need to check the facts and introduce sanctions. And this procedure with the representative is free of charge, accessible to everyone who believes they were discriminated against. Apart from the representative, our legislation provides for another solution, that people can take a matter to court. Article 41 on the ban of discrimination stipulates that every person who was discriminated against has the right to take the matter to court.
The same right, according to the same provision, people can also start proceedings who are either an organization or an organization for the protection of human rights. So not only the affected people. That means that the LGBT community may take a case to court if they believe an individual from their community has been discriminated against. So not only individuals, but also institutions then take a case to court. And what's more, available under our legislation, in Serbia, there's Article 5 of the directive. So workplaces must be adapted to the needs of people with disabilities. And in Serbia, we implement this by a system of subsidies that make it easier for employers to hire people with disabilities. Article 6 of the Directive 2000/78 admits differentiation based on age if it's justified. Under our national law, we have Article 23, and according to that article, the same proceedings, the same conduct should be carried out in respect of people who are elderly. So the provisions of the directives have been fully implemented to the Serbian law, and after analyzing the laws of Serbia regarding the rights of vulnerable groups, we can see that if we compare our laws to the EU standards, we can see that Serbia has really made a huge progress in adapting to the standards. Both EU directives have been fully implemented in Serbian legislation, and they apply to the groups that can be potentially discriminated against. But what's more, there is an independent body, an equality commissioner, and we strengthened access to legal protection, because not only the people who were affected by discrimination can take proceedings, but also institutions and organizations. So our legislature has added another layer of protection to protect the marginalized groups or disadvantaged groups. So this applies not only during employment, but also when you start employment. So These EU standards have been implemented in our laws to a great standard, but to a great level. But still, there are some gaps that can be a reason for discrimination. And in our report, we included recommendations what to do with the gaps to ensure the disadvantaged groups are not discriminated against. The Serbian Republic has a firm and robust foundation to protect people against discrimination, and we are reforming our laws to achieve the highest standards of human rights protection. Thank you very much. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, Novika, for
Hvala.
this insight into your progress in Serbia. So our last speaker today is from Spain. We're very happy to introduce Chiara Brambilla Dominguez, who is a social activist and trade unionist based in Cantabria, Spain, with a focus on youth participation, gender equality, and LGBTI rights. She began her engagement at the University of Cantabria, where she served as a faculty delegate and student representative in the CEUC. She has held key leadership roles as president of Mujeres Jóvenes de Cantabria and the LGBTBI Association Alega, promoting equality, feminism, and LGBTI rights. Her activism also includes involvement in movements such as Cantabria No Se Vende and the March 8th Commission. Within UGT, which I must say is a very old union, I'm very impressed. It was created in 1888 and represents workers in all sectors and is responsible for thousands of collective bargaining agreements. So within UGT Cantabria, she worked on youth and LGBTI issues, and she also contributes to the reactivation of the Youth Council of Cantabria and served on its executive board. Since 2024, she coordinates the regional LGBTI area and contributes at a confederal level. Welcome, Chiara.
Muchísimas gracias por la presentación. Buenos días a todas y a todos. Como se ha comentado, vengo de UGT, que es un sindicato desde que nació.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Let me start by saying that I am from UGT, that was established in 1888. So it is a really long-standing trade union, and we've been protecting the rights of workers, both female and male. I would like to say something about trade unions. We have a very rich history, but we are a modern trade union. So we are looking at the new ways of discrimination. And the discrimination is often intersectional. And we have to tackle every ground for discrimination. We created in our trade union a special section for women's rights. We know that gender can be a reason for discrimination of various forms. For example, there is a pay gap between men and women. And there is another group that is vulnerable, and these are young people. And we have a separate department that focuses on environmental protection, because we know that the climate change will affect our workplaces. And I work at the section that focuses on LGBT plus community, and we work with members of that community. What was our objective? We wanted to analyze the situation of LGBT people in Spain. In Spain, the general legal landscape is quite positive. Despite that, there are multiple examples of challenges and discrimination at the workplace. We have identified some barriers that prevent access to the labor market, and also LGBT community members face many challenges at the workplace. We analyze their chances for promotion, and we also look at the so-called protocols, so ways of supporting LGBT community members at the workplace. In our trade union, we have decided that we want to have access to various people representing various challenges and issues. So this intersectionality was what really interested us. We wanted to have people from rural and urban areas. We wanted people of different ages, of various ethnicities and races. So we wanted to have a broad spectrum of people to get to know the challenges they are facing. What were our conclusions? First of all, we determined what problems and barriers people are facing in the labor market. First of all, the gender expression, so the way we show what gender we are, can be a burden on the labor market. We also studied the ideological culture of companies. We studied one company. Some companies have already implemented some measures relating to LGBT and some haven't. Another thing we studied was the possibility to be promoted at the workplace if you were an LGBT community member. And we identified a major issue here and a major barrier. So people hide their sexual orientation or identity at the workplace. 10% of our respondents were simply hiding their identity. 20% of people said they hid, but they don't do that anymore. 20% said that depends on the context. 10 people said no, they do not hide it. And 40% of people didn't answer the question. But as you can see, affiliation with LGBT can cause you some problems and even some physical problems or aggression. You can be a victim of an assault. So affiliation with LGBT can be problematic at the workplace, and we have seen this and we want to show it. There are those protocols, LGBT protocols at the workplace. Many people have heard about those protocols, and we'll talk about this some more later on. And thanks to our trade union, we ensured that companies with more than 50 employees, special protocols are put in place to protect LGBT people. And we will talk more about this tomorrow. But we included that in our research. Sometimes these protocols are in place, but sometimes they are not effective. Only in 20% their situations they are complied with. And that's interesting data, because sometimes you can see some progress in terms of legal affairs. So everything looks good on the surface, but in reality, the situation is not that good. And we need to be aware. And we should never be afraid to take bold steps. What other challenges we have identified? They are shown here. There is a toxic labor market in our country. As I said, our reality in the labor market is problematic for people from the LGBT community. They experience this on a daily basis. What else is a problem? Lack of knowledge, low awareness. For example, lack of knowledge about these LGBT protocols. What else is a problem? Intersectionality. Later, we will tell you how this affects individuals from the LGBT community that are, for example, have several grounds for discrimination working against them. There is also a huge difference between the public sector and private sector. In the private sector, people from LGBT community are better protected than people in the public sector. So what is our conclusion? We need to improve the policies that promote equality. But as I said, sometimes the policies are in place, but people are largely unaware of them, even people who would be able to make good use of those policies. What else we want? We want to strengthen the policies that promote inclusion and equality at the workplace. We also want to implement specific measures to help and support the LGBT community. There are some solutions for companies that employ more than 50 people, but we want this to be rolled out to smaller companies as well. We also want to run campaigns and run training courses to raise awareness. We want to promote knowledge about not only the LGBT protocols, but also other solutions and tools that are available. We want everyone to be able to live and work without fear, without any danger of being discriminated against. What are our final conclusions? Okay, the barriers at the workplace are there. That's one important conclusion. What else? The equality rights are mostly on paper, but they do not work in reality. And we need to promote those rights, and we need to improve our collective agreements and other solutions that are available. Thank you very much.
Fantastic session. Thank you so much, everyone. So we're absolutely on time, exactly. Yeah, it's been a very rich listening to all the countries, major insights, research, and I think we're well prepared for the overview now that Mary Grace will give us. But before we go into that, would you please share any particular question that you have to any of the last three speakers? No particular questions? Okay, well, let me introduce Mary Grace again, who's going to give the compare and contrast overview. And we look forward to that. Thank you very much, Mary Grace.
Hello again, thank you very much for your very interesting presentations. I obviously had the opportunity to read all your reports, and they made for quite interesting reading because I could make sense more of the general picture here. I obviously tried to synthesize the reports. It wasn't easy, but so I will be just giving you a brief overview without really mentioning the different countries, because again, it's not like a benchmarking exercise, or there's no, because it's very context specific. So what may work in one country may not work in another, but we'll have time to discuss more maybe good practice examples and recommendations better tomorrow. So the idea was to present a general overview of what really came out from the focus group reports and also the legal analysis reports in the different countries. So we all know what were the major objectives of the project, basically to raise more awareness of workers' organizations, of the EU anti-discrimination directives and their implementation in the participant countries, and this with the understanding that this should help to strengthen collectively our capabilities for more collective bargaining and basically to work better for the rights of vulnerable and disadvantaged groups. So yes, the idea was that the project would help to improve policy development, but not only policy, the importance of implementation, because we all know that it's useless to have laws on paper, it's useless to have policies written down unless they are monitored, implemented, and actually enforced. So the idea was to look at the legislation, the policies, but also the service provision that is available on the ground for disadvantaged groups. The idea was that this would help to propose recommendations for reform and also to improve the monitoring and enforcement of such policies and legislative frameworks. And when it comes to the research component, we all have adopted basically the same method. It was qualitative data collection. Many opted for focus groups that was recommended, but some countries also adopted interviews as an accompanying measure. The idea was also to ensure that to examine the legal frameworks in countries in line with the EU Employment Equality Directive, but also the EU Racial Equality Directive, and ensure the relevance and comparability of each country in line with these EU directives. The main research themes were barriers to inclusion, the experiences of vulnerable workers, what are the main needs, and why not wants for vulnerable workers, the effectiveness of current policies, but also the recommendations for improvement. So the research teams basically cut across all the research that was carried out in the different countries. So what we'll be looking at today is to look at the synthesis of national legal comparative reports and to try to identify as much as possible the similarities and differences, the challenges and opportunities, and also to highlight maybe some possible good practices examples. So the idea was that these common objectives would help to adopt a comparative methodology, because without a comparative methodology, then it would be very much difficult to compare and analyze the findings. So we see that in all countries, there was the direct participation from vulnerable workers, and this was very important because we wanted to hear from people themselves, their lived realities and what they were experiencing and encountering, and also what were their main challenges. So we'll be looking at the target populations, the nature of discrimination, and also what people themselves came up in terms of solutions and recommendations. As I said, when it comes to the methodology adopted, all countries utilize focus groups as the main social research techniques. Basically, the idea was to gain, as I said, first-hand information about the experiences, challenges, and needs. Some countries went beyond this framework. For example, Poland adopted 3 focus groups in order to highlight also different languages, provisions. Serbia combined focus groups with interviews with other vulnerable groups, which may not be reached through a focus groups. Some adopted generic frameworks and try to adopt different vulnerable groups to have as much as broad representation as possible. However, some countries also adopted a highly targeted approach, mainly to address the specific challenges in their particular countries. For example, Spain highlighted the reality of the LGBTIQA community. Which is good because the idea was to highlight as much as possible the contextual issues in their particular countries. These are some of the main vulnerable groups which were targeted by the focus group reports: migrants and refugees, the LGBTIQA community, people with mental health difficulties, neurodivergent individuals, people with a disability, people with substance abuse difficulties. Also, some countries highlighted the reality of ex-offenders, youth and older workers, and also lone parenthood. So these are some of the main vulnerable groups which basically were targeted in the focus group reports. When it comes to the selection of target groups, as I said, some countries like Montenegro adopted a very, very broad range of groups, and some countries adopted a more focused approach. Some countries focused more on the social stigma, whereas other countries adopted a more structural economic vulnerability approach. In reality, many countries adopted both the cultural and social prejudice approach, which tends to be more rooted in cultural and traditional models that lead to stigma, that leads to social exclusion or stereotypes. So here, in this sense, discrimination tends to remain pervasive despite the legal safeguards in place. On the other hand, a group of countries also adopted a more systematic and structural approach, where here discrimination is actually intrinsically linked to the economic precarity and structural inequalities based on age, gender, or region. So here, in this case, job insecurity and precarity is more rampant. Again, as I said, this is like a simplification, because in reality, many countries and many of the reports highlighted both the cultural and social prejudice that vulnerable groups encounter, but also the systematic and structural barriers which impact the lived reality on the ground. And we all know that, there is great fluidity between these two different structures. So the main challenges in most countries when it comes to access to the labor market includes prejudice and stigma. This is in particular for the LGBTIQA community, but also for ex-offenders. There are also skills and readiness gaps, and this is most particular for migrants, which may, for example, lack skills, language skills, for example, or knowledge or insufficient knowledge and awareness of existing support structures or about their rights. Then we have also another challenge, which is more related to employer gatekeeping, where employers are reluctant, for example, to employ people because of their grounds of discrimination. It could also be, for example, particularly when it comes to persons with disability, the excuse could be the pretext that, there needs to be workplace adjustments, and so this acts as barriers. Then there's also the challenge of ghettoization, especially when it comes, for example, to the Roma community or people who carry a lot of cultural and social stigma. When it comes to the experience and retention in quality work, these challenges again range from prejudice and stigma, but also job precarity, and this took many different forms. For example, fixed-term employment, involuntary part-time contract, where many people are employed on a part-time basis despite the fact that they can work on a full-time basis. Zero contract, especially in the black market economy, and in the black market economy. Many also experience workplace harassment, and this harassment could range from sexual harassment at the place of work, but also, for example, bullying at the place of work. What also came up is that many countries experience, and many vulnerable groups experience, the institutional failure to control abuse. And the institutional failure could range from workplace, failure, but also to other structures like equality bodies, but also the court system. A lot of the reports also highlighted the psychological toll of this discrimination and exclusion. So the impact that it also has on the personal level, and lack of employee empowerment to seek their rights. So even when they were aware of their rights, they faced barriers to really access and to be empowered to seek, access to their rights. When it comes to mobility and progression, again, there were a number of challenges which hindered people and disadvantaged groups from progressing within the labor market. And an important issue is, that was already mentioned by a number of countries, is the notion of intersectoral discrimination, because intersectional discrimination obviously creates compounding barriers to career advancement. The more grounds of discrimination that you may experience, the greater it is difficult to, to break this glass ceiling. Another issue was that many vulnerable groups experienced late institutional response and intervention. So even when there was an institutional response, this came very late. Okay, and many institutions only acted to mitigate the consequence of discrimination rather than to implement proactive measures to prevent this discrimination from happening in the first place. And many workplaces were actually characterized by lack of inclusive policy support. This was, for example, very much evident when you have, for trans people, for example, when they were gender transitioning, there were no inclusive policies in place to enable this to take place in a safe environment. So this is sort of a list of the specific proposed actions when it comes to mandate and obligation, for example, to have mandatory obligation and positive action for the employment of vulnerable persons. This is very much present for persons with disability. So, for example, even in Malta, we have a quota for persons with a disability, but we do not have any quotas for other vulnerable or disadvantaged groups. And this seems to be the reality across many countries. Another proposed solution is to have intersectional bargaining, where trade unions are urged actually to integrate an intersectional approach into collective bargaining and collective agreements. So to highlight better the importance of intersectionality to address the complexity of exclusion. Another important issue which cuts across, I think, all countries is the importance of education and prevention, because we all know that having an educated employee leads to empowerment. Education leads to empowerment. Knowing your rights leads to empowerment. And so this would encourage vulnerable individuals to actually seek protection. Another issue is that of protocol implementation. So the importance of improving the effectiveness of existing resources and to implement inclusive protocols in the workplace. So that was, in a nutshell, the main recommendations which came out from the focus groups. Now we'll be looking a bit at the legal frameworks reports, because one important recommendation that also came from the focus group reports was the importance of consolidating existing legal instruments. And the consolidation is not only in terms of introducing them or transposing EU directives into national law, but also with ensuring that they are very much implemented and enforced. And this is where many countries actually lagged. It was not in the transposition, but it was when it comes to the implementation and enforcement. So basically, this section will compare the legal frameworks of the 7 countries with the EU Employment Equality Directive and the Racial Equality Directive. Obviously, it will focus on a wide spectrum of alignment because, alignment can range in terms of very strong alignment and, the bare minimum alignment. It will look at the institutional bodies that are set in line with this legislative framework and the gap between law and practice. So yes, many countries, all countries actually had constitutional provisions. So, and this was obviously much before than the statutory affirming equality of the EU. So obviously, irrespective of whether they are within the EU or candidate countries, many countries have provisions promoting equality within their respective constitution. And EU harmonization came for those countries who are already EU countries, EU harmonization is already there, but also for many countries who are candidate countries have already transposed their directives into national law. When it comes, so that's a commonality that many countries are already in line, at least on a legal basis, with EU harmonization. Some have deep integration and reliance on EU legal standards. Some focus on workplace protection, and others focus more on vulnerability, so on the various grounds of discrimination. We'll be looking now at the differences. So the difference lies not in the stated goals of the legislation, because the stated goals of the legislation is there. It's for anti-discrimination in the workplace on all grounds of discrimination. But the main differences lie in the structure of the legal frameworks and the structures that come out of the legal frameworks, the scope, and the effectiveness in practice. So we see that the reports indicate variations in how non-constitutional anti-discrimination law is organized and enacted. Some countries reported quite a fragmented structure in the sense, for example, having different laws, but these tend to to be fragmented in terms of different areas of discrimination. And obviously, having lack of coherence often makes the legislation difficult to access and apply consistently. Some have decentralized and reported decentralized and US structures, and this was particularly in countries where you have national legislation, but also regional legislation. Unlike, for example, smaller countries which have, their legislation is more centralized. And then there are those countries where have robust structures and more specific structures. So, for example, Malta legally goes beyond the EU minimum because it also identifies gender identity, gender expression, and sex characteristics. And we do have a specific act which focuses specifically on gender identity, gender expression, and sex characteristics, which is not mentioned under EU legislation. So let's look at the scope of the law. Who does the law cover? And while all countries address the core EU-mandated countries, the EU-mandated grounds of discrimination, country reports do highlight substantial differences in how vulnerability is actually defined. So yes, the key groups explicitly analyzed includes those of age, race, religion, disability, and sexual orientation. However, some countries also adopt a specialized focus like LGBTIQA, neurodivergent individuals, former offenders, but also the Roma community. And yes, an intersectional approach is obviously very important because this highlights the multiple compounding forms of discrimination. Here's a sort of summary of the focus, the main focus of each country on the key groups that are analyzed. As I said, many countries adopted a wide ground for discrimination. However, some countries focus more on certain areas. So the largest disparity actually lies in the application of the law. So when it comes to the practical application, the institutional support provided by the legal frameworks and the enforcement mechanisms that are in place. So when it comes to effectiveness in practice, some countries were characterized by weak grounds and limited implementation. And here, many protection mechanisms remain weak, and there is insufficient implementation of key anti-discrimination principles in practice. Some countries were characterized by institutional dependency and limited powers. And so here, designated anti-discrimination bodies are characterized by limited powers, and they are not totally independent from the executive branch. As we know, independence and autonomy is very important to enable full investigative powers. And also the issue of penalties is important. We also see gaps in application. So for example, this I think one of Malta is a clear case example in this regard, where there is a high degree of legal alignment, but huge outstanding gaps, which leave many room for discrimination in practice. So huge gap between the law on paper and the practice on the ground. And yes, we also see persistent disparities where, despite the legal foundation, there is huge gaps and disparities and challenges in terms of the lived experiences. So here we see a whole spectrum also of the powers of equality bodies, and this is determined by their independence, whether they are independent from the executive branch of government, their legal mandate, and the structural coherence of anti-discrimination law. And here we see a huge spectrum across countries, from those who are quite weak and have dependent equality bodies to those who have more leading and more progressive independent bodies. Obviously, the more fragmented the structure, the more difficult to ensure that laws are implemented and enforced. And the more progressive and leading, the more, the more that the countries have institutions who are legally empowered and legally mandated to enforce more broader protections. So yes, the mandate itself will grant them wide legal reach and comprehensive tools for action. So here we also see quite huge alignment with EU directives. We also see quite substantial difference between EU countries and non-EU countries. And in this case, whereas EU countries, the primary challenge is to move from the legislative to the implementation, to address the implementation gap, gaps are often focused on the quality and independence of designated bodies. And whereas when it comes to non-EU countries, the challenges tend to be dual, both that of achieving formal harmonization, despite the fact that many candidate countries have already harmonized their legal frameworks with those of EU regulations, but also to establish effective protection mechanisms and access to justice. Again, we see a whole spectrum of enforcement effectiveness, which reflect quite gaps between the law and its practical application on the ground. To sum up, basically, countries with the widest gap are those where enforcement bodies lack independence and legal power, even if the law looks compliant on paper. Whereas countries with the narrowest gaps are actually those countries that have given their institutions the broadest mandate and the most progressive legal tools. So here, when we'll be looking at the implementation gap, the gap between the law on paper and the practice on the ground, we have, again, a whole spectrum from severe deficit, where formal laws fail to be applied in practice, resulting in insufficient implementation of key EU anti-discrimination principles. We also have areas of residual loopholes, and this is visible even in highly aligned countries where certain gaps remain in the law that leave room for discrimination in practice. And then we have those areas where there is persistent disparities. So even the most robust legislative foundations cannot eliminate here the persistent disparities and the challenges. When it comes to recommendations arising from these legal comparative reports, basically all countries share the common goal of achieving full alignment with EU standards, but then they differ significantly in the focus of the proposed recommendations and also the urgency of institutional change. However, across countries, the ultimate goal of all countries is that of achieving from formal equality to genuine inclusion, which is actually what really matters, because it uses having law on paper, but the huge gaps in the lived realities of people. When one looks at the commonalities and difference in reform priorities, obviously we see commitment to transpose and improve the alignment of countries with the key EU anti-discrimination legislation. An important issue is also to address any transposition gaps, because there may be some countries which have transposed the directives, but then there are some gaps or deficiencies or ambiguities where the law is not clear, which could be interpreted differently in a court of law. And also the need to strengthen labor law, the need for amendments and supplements to labor laws to better protect vulnerable groups at the workplace. So again, this is sort of a summary of the difference in legal reform recommendations. Many countries highlighted the importance of establishing independent and robust enforcement bodies, to amend and supplement laws to protect a broader list of vulnerable groups, because not all vulnerable groups are covered by existing legal frameworks, to strengthen basic protection mechanisms, where, for example, existing laws are formally aligned but practically ineffective, and this is in particular when it comes to indirect forms of discrimination, to have to foster protection for specific groups, especially when you have, for example, national law which is not aligned with regional legislation. So, for example, some regions may have more progressive laws which are not reflected on a national level, and also to further solidify and enforce existing progressive legislative provisions. In terms of recommendations, again, the call is for more structural and to address coherence deficiencies, so to have a more amalgamated and coherent, harmonized framework, to have empowerment of existing institutions and greater independence of equality bodies, because this would enable them to have a more proactive approach, to address the implementation gap, and also to address uneven scope of protection, so as to ensure that both direct and indirect forms of discrimination are addressed, but also to ensure that different target populations are equally protected under the law. So in terms of conclusion, I think all across all participating countries, both cultural and social prejudice and systematic and structural barriers are seen to contribute to widespread inequalities on all grounds of discrimination, both in accessing entry into the labor market, but also in terms of retention and prospects for progression. In a nutshell, the de jure equality many often fails to translate into de facto experience for marginalized groups, even in those countries where the law is there, the law is good on paper, and sometimes the law is more progressive than that of the EU, but the reality remains that discrimination exists for all marginalized workers in terms of their lived realities. The idea is that policies, services, and legal reform need to be addressed towards bridging this gap within, obviously, wider struggles for social justice, because it's important to address workers' rights, but workers' rights needs not just to be seen in isolation. They need to be seen within the wider struggles for social justice to address all grounds of discrimination. So that's it from my end. Thank you very much for your reports. They were very enlightening for me, and also to see the gaps for Malta. It helped me to, place Malta into perspective within the wider EU fora. So thank you very much, and well done for your reports. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vella. This was a huge task you undertook, and we really appreciate all the time and analysis and intellectual strength that you put to taking these diverse experiences from such a large number of countries, 7 or 8, and bringing them into a very deep academic and a practical analysis. I'm going to open it now, since we're again exactly on time, to any questions you might have to Dr. Vella first, before we go into the next session, which is again on a discussion of the shared challenges, which Mary Grace has covered very well. Maybe some discussion of best practices and the lessons that we've learned today. But first, does anyone have any questions or comments on the comparative report? Yes. From Lithuania.
I'd like to say thank you to Dr. Vella, to the expert. because it was a very good analysis. Because what I have noticed is that our neighbors in Poland have also mentioned the same thing. I think it also appears in other countries. I mean, all the phenomena. It is also very interesting to me because there is this gap between the law which is in place and implementation and practice, because we have beautiful directives at the EU level. We have recommendations, we have good laws basically, but then implementation is a separate issue. Our colleagues from Poland have mentioned that the fines are really small, financial fines. Well, but if the fines will be higher, we don't know whether they will be fully or more efficient or not. That's another question. Then another issue. In trade unions, we want to know what is the opinion on trade unions' role and NGOs' role, because there are different NGOs, for example, focusing on the issues of persons with disabilities. And then trade unions have a certain possibility to discuss certain issues because we have international structures. And I'm active in these international structures, European structures. And then when we go back to real life, everyday life, we notice all these gaps and weak position of workers. And we represent the workers. And the question arises here. The question for our entire group, how we as trade unions can strengthen our position, because I do not see any other organization that would be efficient in helping these people. So it must be trade unions. If it is not trade unions, there is no one else. That's my personal opinion. So I hope that other people here will share their experiences in this respect. I mean, whether you are successful in solving these problems using other methods, not through trade unions. Maybe some political parties or other movements are very efficient there. I'm very curious about that.
Yes, thank you very much. I wonder if we have any other questions so that maybe Dr. Vella can answer them together. Yes.
Ja bih hteo da ukažem na jednu
Yes.
situaciju koja je zajednička.
I'd like to pay more attention to something which is common to all of us, but also on the basis of my experience in Serbia. Apart from the fact that we have independent bodies which can focus on issues of discrimination, to a large extent, there is a question of the efficiency and effectiveness. A representative who is responsible for representing people vulnerable or people at risk of discrimination. Well, there are other organizations as well. On the basis of our experience, I'd like to say that these institutions can operate efficiently only if they are independent. Our situation in Serbia is that these institutions depend on the state. They are dependent on the state, and to a large extent, they are dependent on political changes. So it depends, for example, who has the power in the parliament, who is dominant power in the parliament. So there are cycles, right? And it means that we have both positive and negative experiences depending on these authorities, whether they are independent or not. In 2025, the parliament elected a new ombudsman or a new representative for equality who represents the major power in the parliament. So we can see that the situation is different now during this parliament, during this term of office, and the previous one, because the previous representative was from a different political option. So there is a different situation in the private sector and the public sector. Because in the public sector, there is this political tension and political powers, political parties colliding and clashing with one another. So it influences the entire situation. And even though we have legal limitations, which are supposed to combat different anomalies and irregularities, still, well, there are matters that can be taken to court, for instance, but these institutions, different institutions, are also influenced by political parties, political powers. I don't know about the situation in other countries, but I think we need to look for solutions and mechanisms guaranteeing the biggest possible degree of independence to institutions like that. Maybe, I don't know, higher percentage of representation, higher representation. Generally speaking, you've heard my colleague who was trying to present our situation as an expert, but well, our situation is truly diverse, and there is a huge gap between the law on paper and the practice. So in Serbia, we need the right balance. I went to meetings, for instance, of LGBT community, and our conclusions were that this problem is unrecognized really in Serbia. It is not well recognized, and the situation is not well researched, not well understood, even between the members of this community itself. So our conclusion was that only through very close and intense cooperation we can help each other to come up with a joint space, supportive space for discriminated communities.
Thank you very much from Lithuania and Serbia. Yes, are you okay, Dr. Vela, with getting another? Or would you like to reply first?
It's not a question that I could answer really, no. Because yes, I can share the experience, what happens in Malta, and it's very, very, very similar. I mean, Malta is considered to be one of the most politically charged countries in Europe. We're very partisan. I'm leaving myself out, but in general, the Maltese community is very, very much partisan, especially when it comes election mode, you know. The country divides primarily into blue and red. Unfortunately, even unions, the major unions, are sort of politically affiliated with one party or another. It's obviously important that we do have not so strong, but like an emergent, strong civil society. which is more partisan and which is more critical. But it does not really focus much on workers' rights. It focuses on migrants' rights. It focuses on the LGBTIQ community. It focuses on environmental protection, animal rights, women's rights, all very good. But it's only, I think, the unions who focus primarily on workers' rights. So I think a very important aspect is that unions must join forces and must remove actually this partisan alignment, because it doesn't work to have a union which is partisanly aligned. That's not the scope of a union. And I think unions should join forces with NGOs, because non-profit organizations, non-governmental organizations, which tend to be more independent, more partisan, more critical, and yes, more radical in their approach. So, for example, in Malta, it has been ages since unions have, for example, organized a protest. You know, it's not within the methodology of, but yes, sometimes it's important to go to the streets and join forces with the people, with civil society, to make your voice heard. And again, I also very much appreciate the importance of independence and the autonomy of independent structures. Again, in Malta, the situation, I think, is very similar to the one in Serbia. I'm realizing that we do have a number of independent bodies. We have the equality body, which is independent. We do have the ombudsman. They are independent, but again, they are positions of trust to a certain extent, despite the fact that they need to be agreed upon, I think, by 2/3 in parliament, like the judiciary. But again, they are sort of very much affiliated with those who put them in that place. So again, I question the independence and you know, their autonomy. So yes, I share the same concerns as both Lithuania and Serbia when it comes to the independence of equality bodies, but also the role of trade unions. An important discussion that we had not long ago, even in Malta, is whether it should be mandatory for workers to be within a trade union. But is it something that it should be imposed or not? You know, but if employers know that all the workers by law are within a trade union, I think they will be more alert of violations. So maybe we could discuss that further, whether we agree or not with mandatory trade unionism for all workers. But again, should it be something that should be imposed or not? You know? So I do not have answers. I do have more questions really for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Vella. I think you have raised in your analysis this whole question of independence. And perhaps we should be also looking at independence from corruption within trade unions also, and also independence from the capitalist class, because capitalist interests, as we know, are directly opposite to the workers' interests. In many cases, we're talking about exploitation for the benefit or the profit of the capitalist. So I think maybe when we talk about independence, it's good to analyze it in both economic terms of the contradiction between the interests of the capitalist class, even in the small companies, and the working class, and also in terms of increasing corruption. In all our countries, I think we have this major problem of nepotism, and you know, money talks more than laws. To be honest, you know, we have growing problems of corruption. Yes, from Kate in Poland. Oh.
Bardzo dziękuję. Zgadzają się ze wszystkim.
Thank you very much. I agree with everything that has been said, and I would like to draw your attention to the role of the public sector. We are seeing all over Europe and in most or maybe even all our states that the public sector is facing redundancies, less funding, no pay rises. So the salaries are not competitive, for example, for lawyers, if you work for the public sector. In many situations, there are complex legal issues, and that's one thing. On the other hand, the public sector is underfunded, so it's not as efficient as it should be. And it's not the fault of the public sector. It is a political decision that has been made to cut funds flowing to the public sector. And it translates directly into what Jana said. There is this capitalist class. And who is going to defend the vulnerable groups from discrimination, from exploitation? They can do it to some extent by themselves. It's also the trade unions can help, but they must have a strong ally. They must have a strong ally in the public sector that will be well funded and that will be fully compliant. And this cannot be done without money. Also, Christina asked, what can we do? I believe that the one thing we can do is to postulate so that the public sector is as strong as it possibly can. It surely has to be independent from the political forces or governing forces, but right now it is not capable of handling the challenges that we are all facing. So I'd like to tell you that in many countries we are seeing that it's the public sector or the public administration that is given more tasks to accomplish, but no extra funding. And right now, we cannot reasonably expect that the public sector will fully engage in, for example, protecting the vulnerable groups. And it's a huge challenge for the trade unions, and I wanted to mention it here. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję. Bardziej komentarz.
Thank you. That was not really a question, it's a comment I wanted to share with you. And it's fully consistent with what my colleague shared. I would like to thank you very much for this report. I am hugely impressed with your work. It really impressed me. I paid particular attention to the social costs and psychological costs of all the things that are happening in the labor market. And also, the society and our economy is losing a lot because of discrimination of minority groups, and this also affects negatively the quality of life, and it affects the decision for the migrants or for the people from less favorable groups to stay in the country or leave it. So what can trade unions do about this? We must ensure that the social dialogue is strong, and we must encourage the employers to sit at the same table with us and speak with them. And we must discuss with them how to improve the standards of running business. I have this impression that it's the only trade unions that want to improve the standards of running business in Poland so that business is more socially responsible. Right now, business is only based on profits, and they strive to achieve profits. And it's the trade unions that are the only party that wants to raise the standards. And there is no partner to talk to us about this. The state often forgoes enforcement of the law and leaves a lot of freedom to the market. And we could see that quite clearly when we talked about reforming the labor institution in Poland. Actually, we wanted a reform to strengthen that institution, to enforce the existing laws. And we came across the very strong pressure from the employer organizations. So our government withdrew immediately. It originally wanted the laws to be enforced, and then under pressure, then they simply withdraw. So the social responsibility of business owners should be strengthened. I think we have a new plan for the next few years of strengthening collective agreements. So I believe this will also help us to run good social dialogue, because we would like the employer organizations to sit at the table with us and to really notice the benefits of changing the attitudes of or the way business is run at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate, for those insights. Yes, Esmeralda from Spain.
Io volevo fare parlerò in italiano ovviamente, volevo fare una riflessione.
All right, maybe I'll take the floor and share my thoughts with you now. We were looking at the reports that you have presented here, and we have come to know the situation around implementing the legal measures that could be used. And I have some thoughts. We have data that could be applied to all the countries, but maybe we forgot about the data. We did not take into account the assessment of the European Union that is funding this project. And it is a very important force promoting social rights and human rights. And the EU has certain bodies and the politicians, of course. And there are various directives we discussed here. And they implemented a high standards of protection. And it comes as no surprise that countries which are under no obligation to implement them are still interested in implementing them. So when we go to cast a vote in our elections, we can influence what is happening in the EU. I am mostly interested in gender equality. The previous Commission introduced a roadmap to improve the situation of women. And it was based on 5 different directives. But the current parliament announced there will be no new directives regarding women's rights. So they want to take a step back. Europe has the role to promote human rights and civic rights. Back in 2013, the far-right movement emerged. It's called Agenda Movement. What are their objectives? They want to actually stop the progressive inclination of the Union. Bel Annon is the leader, and he was the member of the first Trump government. But it also brings together other government members from all over Europe. And the group has been active since 2013, and it wants to counteract any EU activity promoting human rights. So our union activity is very strongly connected to politics, because politics pursue certain values. One party has one set of values, while another one has different values. The EU is a pioneer in promoting human rights, which are not promoted all over the world. So Trump administration is acting aggressively right now, and it wants to aggressively affect the EU policies, including the inclusion and diversity policy. So we need to keep discussing this. Today, we are discussing these matters also because of the EU activity.
Sorry, and Esmeralda, obviously you're from Italy, not Spain. So I have Sandro, and then Mary Grace, and then, no, okay, thank you.
Allora, io approfitto un po' dell'intervento di Esmeralda, anche se mi rendo conto che siamo slittati dal panel precedente al panel successivo, perché in realtà
Esmeralda has mentioned something, and I want to respond to that. Right now, we are starting to discuss matters which should be actually discussed towards the end of the day, but Esmeralda mentioned this elephant in the room, and nobody wants to talk about this. Right now, the situation is far more complicated, and it's getting more complicated by the hour. The far right has one important feature. It has started its campaign, its offensive.
It is a huge campaign against specific groups like migrants, trans people, their families, or families with same-sex parents. So these are features of extreme right. And unfortunately, extreme right movements start to cooperate with groups traditionally linked with feminism, and I mean here like movements against trans people that radical feminism is joining now. Why am I mentioning this? Because we are reaching the question what trade union movement can do about it. And maybe here I will refer to what American administration has said about who wants to participate in tenders organized by American government. If you want to participate in these tenders, in the procurement procedures, you have to give up on DEI, so diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think policies that we have are mostly policies on the level of companies, and today our trade unions have to defend these policies on the basis of collective bargaining, because thanks to that we can additionally strengthen them and prevent the situation in which they will be removed. Another thing that we can do as trade unionists, well, it is necessary to put some pressure on horizontal directive. We should push in this directive because these two directives of the year 2000 that we are referring to, well, they are in place, but a horizontal directive would make it possible to make like a huge jump ahead. Because I believe we cannot differentiate between discrimination in a workplace and discrimination in the society. That is why trade unions can be this driving force, pushing forward, encouraging to undertake various actions, moving us in this direction. So we can all act to push it forward, to move towards adopting such a horizontal directive, because we are dealing with fascists. I'm now rejecting like diplomatic phrasing. Previously, Esmeralda was talking about agenda, Europe. Well, more and more often it is mentioned that there are directives on like sexual orientation, that they might be removed or revoked or withdrawn. So we are like changing a general direction. So I'm trying to wrap it up. I mean, my contribution, my intervention. So let's take into account the situation we live in. So in the government, we have extreme right, and we have this tendency to close down, for example, anti-discriminatory bodies, anti-discriminatory institution. We've had it for many years. It was an independent body, and now under the influence of extreme right, it is just closed.
Yes, thank you very much. We're getting to the real dominance vectors now that we're confronting. And it's very important to realize that the far right is also very much into the militarization of our economies, which brings us back to your point that the social sectors are being deprived of funds. So brings back to Mary Grace's point that the trade unions must see that it's in our interests, our common horizontal interests, that we also ally with the peace movements, because the militarization of the economies is a direct detriment to the progress of subsidies, as we've mentioned, to the disabled, which we're seeing to the companies employing the disabled. So it's a totality that we're dealing with, capitalist right-wing offensive, which we've neglected also to include the fact that the technological innovation now of AI, whilst we can see some benefits of it, we see that in a way it replicates the automation that came in to undermine many workers' rights at the beginning of its introduction into industry. What we're seeing now is the introduction of AI into services, which is already displacing many, many workers. So the service industries are not only facing huge amount of exploitation. I mean, that's some of the hours that workers have to work in hospitality and even in big shops, shopping malls. You know, you often meet people in Malta working 13 hours a day. I mean, this is very detrimental to health. So we're looking at the service sectors facing this technological innovation, which is very much to the benefit of many capitalists and many other sectors too. But we need to be prepared also for that as trade union activists and as workers' rights activists. So I think that this is bringing the totality of the dominance vectors, as I like to think, into our framework. I think it's going to be very interesting to listen to our European ETUC speech tomorrow to deepen up, maybe hopefully deepen our understanding of the forces at the European workers level. As it's coming closer to the end of this session, I wonder if there's any more comments or, yes, Dr. Vella.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to clarify something because I fully agree with what Esmeralda and Sandra said. Because before I maybe gave the impression that unions should not be, attached to a political party. No, what I meant was that I do agree that there are very political structures and they should be very political and ideological. But what I meant was that if political parties are verging on the right, unions, it's very important that unions keep to their main elements of social solidarity. And yes, they may need to be more radical than the attachment to their political parties, especially if the political parties are moving away from the idea of social justice, social solidarity, as what has happened, unfortunately, in Malta, because even left-leaning parties are not left-leaning anymore. They are maybe center-right or, you know, depending on which perspective you're viewing them. So yes, I think it's very, very important that, you know, unions are political entities. They are very ideological, and they should keep true to their original structures, their original objective, which is ultimately very left-wing, you know, very left-wing. And so they should not move their ideological attachment according to the partisan structures, which are, I think, moving on many many countries, but also on the European level to the right, unfortunately. Thank you. That's what, just a clarification to, you know, to highlight the politicalization of unions, actually. Thank you.
Any other comments at this point? Enough for today, maybe? Great. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for this rich conversation. We've gone from very interesting individual narratives of what it's like to be in a intersectional, bullied, often violent workplace environment, to an overview of the forces of oppression that we face as institutions and as NGOs. Thank you very much. We'll see you at lunch and tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.